best hotel prices on the app. Download it today. Best hotel prices on the app. Download it today. Best hotel prices on the app. Download it today.
So, good morning, everyone. Happy Saturday. I am Neil Malihan, your host for this morning. We thank you so much for taking your time off your weekend to attend this morning's Philippine Startup Challenge info session. We never know, among you would be the next Philippine Startup Challenge winner. I would like to welcome the students from Cebu Institute of Technology University, Silliman University, and other students from different parts of Region 7. Before we start this info session, let me remind you of the rules and guidelines to be followed. So before we start, please rename your Zoom name, your first name, last name, underscore organization or school you belong to. Please turn off your web camera during the presentation. Mute your microphone during the webinar. If there are comments and questions, please use the chat box and the speakers will answer them during the question and answer session. And also, please check out the Zoom chat box for the Zoom background to be used. And so, I do hope that everyone is looking forward for this event because I am thrilled. For the success of this info session, let us seek guidance to the Almighty, and the singing of the national anthem will follow.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, telas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pangaw, ay hinatang tula,
And so, to officially welcome us to today's info session, let us hear some remarks from our very own TBI manager and DASIG project leader, Assistant Professor Janice Antoniette Forster.
Pitch competitions are frequently underappreciated. It's unappreciated, and it's supposedly a source of capital for entrepreneurs or students like you. Why? A lot have apprehensions. They do not know how to go about it. They are not too confident, or they think the funding is not as big as how they hoped it would be. So for many, they might think that it's more of a hassle than they're worth. But what business owners or students or company entrepreneurs frequently overlook are the numerous other advantages that pitch competitions can grant them merely by virtue of participating, regardless of whether they succeed or fail. Pitch competitions provide you the opportunity to pitch your startup in a real world, competitive, and high stakes setting. Your confidence will increase not just through practice, but also through the insightful criticism from judges, which will help you refine your pitch and feel more at ease while delivering it in the future. Number two is your increase for your network. Pitch competitions are beneficial for networking as well as pitching. One of the cornerstones to starting a successful business is having a strong network, and these competitions provide the ideal setting for building one. Number three is exposure. New businesses often have trouble attracting attention and developing traction in their sectors. The best way to introduce your startup to a network of business owners, investors, and experts is through pitch competitions, and that is regardless of what level of idea or product you are in. It's also practically free publicity for your firm to get noticed because there is so much media coverage, and the organization organizing the competition is doing its own marketing campaigns. Number four is that it will allow you to refine your concept. The idea for your startup if it is its lifeblood. Use pitch contests as a means of gathering unstructured market research. In order to acquire valuable input from your target market, you might field potential clients and present them with your product. So, good morning to all our participants. We are happy to have this morning with us speakers from the ICT for an info session on Philippine Startup Challenge for Region 7. We hope that by having them here, you will have more opportunity to ask questions and be interested to join. So, without further ado, I would like to formally open this weekend information session for the ICT. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those uplifting remarks, ma'am. I'm sure our students are now eager to listen to our speaker for today. And now, without further ado, let me formally introduce our speaker for today's info session. So our speaker for today is the DICT Region 7 Information Technology Officer 1 and the Region 7 Focal of the ICT Industry Development Bureau, designated as the Public Information Officer of the office. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Joshua Eliazar Domen. Hi, Sir Josh. Good morning.
Hi, Sir Neil. I hope I am audible. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you also see me?
Definitely, sir.
All right. Good morning to everyone. It's nice to be with you this morning. No, I believe CITU and Silliman U are here this morning. We really appreciate no from the ICT that we have this kind of activity wherein two universities are merged, and that is what we envision. No? We don't really we see value in cooperation and collaboration among schools and between schools, and we there is no competition, no, but rather cooperation between us for us to have a successful startup ecosystem, and um, this is really important, no? And as a matter of fact, we have or from SUTBI, they have created DASIG, and we are also members of such. So, hello, I think who are here? I think Ma'am Jani, Sir Ralph, and also all the rest, no, from these universities. once again, our appreciation from the ICT for hosting this kind of event. So, both cities are close to my heart, Cebu City and Dumaguete City. For one, I am a product of Dumaguete. I was raised in Dumaguete and I studied in Dumaguete, while I am also working in Cebu City. So actually, right now I am in Dumaguete City. We just traveled earlier. We just arrived this morning, and so it is nice to be with you this morning, no, to discuss about PSC. And so, just a disclaimer, no, I really have an important matter to attend to at around 10 a.m. So I might be leaving earlier than 10 a.m., but I'll try to cover in as much as everything. But do not worry, do not fret. My partner in crime in the ICT is also here. Chef will take over in case I won't be able to finish. But nevertheless, I'll try to cover perhaps almost everything for this morning. All right? So, Chef, can we share our prepared slides? Right, while Chef is sharing her slides.
Sorry. Wait, sorry, Neil, can I ask?
Yes, ma'am. Already granted you access, ma'am.
So while Chef is sharing her slides, let me start off first. I believe perhaps most of you here as students, as our participants, know what a startup already is? Maybe? Sige, so let us just quick test lang. Startups are businesses, right? But all startups are businesses, but not all businesses are startups. Now, if you can, no, in our chat panel, if you can answer my question, please do so. Go ahead. What is the difference between a startup and a traditional brick and mortar business? Once again, what is the difference between a startup and a business? No? What is the difference of this startup compared to Aling Nena's sari-sari store? Sige, go ahead. Let us see your answers in our chat panel. Come on, don't be shy, mga students from CITU and from Silliman. No, we have a lot today. We have 100 participants. Anyone? Wala. Wala. Going once, going twice. The difference between a startup and a business. Remember the phrase, all startups are businesses, but not all businesses are startups. Anyone? Wala pa na ano? Wala pa natudlo nila Miss Janice and Sir Ralph? To our students? Wala. Sige, ako na lang ha. Si Ret. Sige. Well, sige. Oh, we are getting answers already from Natividad Josefa Acosta. Startups have a goal to dominate the market, but businesses can be just on a local scale. Startups kay nag-aim nga grow quicker or bigger. Alright? Sige. Anyone else? Anyone else? Any answers aside from this? I'm still not getting the answer I'm looking for, no? For us to define what a startup is. But startups can be any kind of venture. Sige. But let me tell you ha, both startups and businesses gain profit, no, or income out of the product or service that each business is offering. No, but there is one main difference or one great attribute of a startup as compared to businesses. Startup is mostly for innovations. Sige, let me answer. Let me define. Sige ha. Once again, both a startup and a business has that goal of gaining profit or gaining income out of the product or service that is offered. But the main difference is that startups try to solve a social issue. Alright? A startup tries to solve a social issue. And most tech companies that we now have today all started as startups. Like Google, Amazon, Facebook, they all started as startups until eventually they graduated from being a startup. I remember there are tech companies that started out from garage, no, from a garage, and eventually finding that niche, and eventually becoming a startup unicorn, becoming a dominant uh, power, no, in terms of being a company. Okay? So, perhaps you know, of course, diba, Grab started as a startup. What is the social issue that they're trying to solve? Diba? They are trying to solve transportation issues, no? Because there is problem with sa pag-commute of passengers, no? And so they created an app for them to for users to book transportation services, and at the same time they're also offering an extra income for partner riders who have their own cars, no? Perhaps they want to gain extra income, so they're also trying to solve that. Food Panda, which also started as a startup, tries to solve the social issue of ordering foods, no? Para dili na mo adto og restaurants and other businesses ang user with the help of their smartphones, they can book their own foods delivered right in front of them, no? So these are startups. Startups try to solve a social issue or a social problem and at the same time earning a profit out of it. That is why in DICT we really promote and we really advocate for us to embrace the startup, no, na ideology. Nabay ano din perhaps na yung mga taga Dumaguete joining us, no? Nabay nakaabot sa Video City. Kana ganing atbang sa unsa ba na Don Roberto's ba na karon, no? Na Video City morg pharmacy na siya karon. So, the same concept pod ang Netflix, no? Perhaps most of you are Netflix and chillers, no? The same concept ang Netflix, which also started a startup before, only that ang ilahang video rentals, VCDs and DVDs were done through couriers or mails, no? So still it tries to solve a social issue, and like most startups today, they really try to solve social issues. Now, it is not forever that you are a startup. All right? There will come a time nga mo graduate good ka from being a startup. There will not all, no, but most or some of startups, successful startups that we have now are called startup unicorns. There is such a term called a startup unicorn, and this is given to a certain startup company that has reached a $1 billion valuation. No? It has a value of $1 billion. Now, here in the ASEAN region, here in Southeast Asia, while our neighboring countries like Singapore and Indonesia have dozens of startup unicorns nga nakaabot na og $1 billion valuation, sa Philippines, we have arguably one startup unicorn, no? That is homegrown in the Philippines. My next question is, what is that startup company? Okay? What is that one and first startup company that started in the Philippines and is proudly Filipino, that is the sole startup unicorn in the country? Anyone in our chat? Think of a startup company. Think of applications that are perhaps installed in your mobile phones right now. Try to think and answer, what is that startup unicorn that is probably made in the Philippines that has reached $1 billion valuation? Anyone? In our chat panel, go ahead. Kumu, Kodcham. Anyone else? Go ahead and type. Do not be shy. Let's try and let's review sa mga gipang tudlo nila Miss Janice and Sir Ralph or si Sir Clint ba if na din hipod. No, what is that proudly Filipino startup unicorn? Imagine ha? Imagine while other ASEAN countries have dozens of startup unicorns. We have one proudly Filipino-made startup unicorn that has earned 1 billion US dollar valuation. I'm still not getting the correct answer among our chat or among our chats. Anyone? Still haven't gotten the answer? What do you think? All right, I have seen the answer already from Christian of CITU. The answer is GCash. But let me correct lang ha, let me correct. GCash is actually the name of the product, no? But the startup company name behind such is not Globe, but Mint. MYNT. All right? So, actually, Globe funded or helped fund and outsourced a third-party startup company to help develop its fintech na application. All right? And so, Globe does not wholly own GCash, but it is actually Mint or MYNT. So, congratulations no, to MYNT or Mint for being the sole, arguably the sole startup unicorn in the or from the Philippines. Now, there were also answers nga Kumu no. Kumu still hasn't reached that 1 billion US dollars, although they're already reaching millions of dollars already. And we must also be proud no because one of the founders of Kumu is actually from Dumaguete, no? He is from Dumaguete. Sige. All right. Now, my next question related to GCash and Mint is, what do you think is the reason why they reached 1 billion US dollars valuation? What do you think is the reason why they reached 1 billion US dollar valuation? No? And it actually happened during the pandemic. No, they reached 1 billion US dollars because of the pandemic. So, any one of you who could answer? Market trend and solve the problem according to James Ponce. Cashless transactions. App provides convenience to users. Sige. Although those are valid answers no and are related to the answer, but I'm really looking for a very specific answer, and it happened during the pandemic. What do you think? What happened during the pandemic that made a boom to GCash, no? Over the pandemic? Convenient use during the pandemic, contactless payment. Do you want a clue? I'll give a clue ha. This phenomenon happened even the Spanish times, bisag panahon pa ni Dr. Jose Rizal. Wala pa GCash atong panahon ha, but this has been present already during that time. Quarantine, contactless payment. I still haven't gotten the answer. Barter. Bisag ano pa na? Pre-colonial pag yun ang barter, no? Wala. Sirit, still COVID insurance. Nanay COVID insurance during the time of Jose Rizal. Trading. Wala. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The answer is the reason why GCash earned 1 billion US dollars especially during the time of the pandemic. It is because, believe it or not, it is because of online sabong or e-sabong. No? Because of e-sabong, where, of course, our elderly have been so fanatic of, and because the traditional sabong that was done on-site or face-to-face has been restricted, what happened was it was transitioned online. And so, because of the meron or wala, no, And because of the transactions that were made because of online sabong that was uh, that was transacted because or through GCash. Congratulations to GCash, no? They earned 1 billion US dollars because of such. Now, perhaps if there's also one good thing that e-sabong brought about, it is that elderly people became a lot techy, no? A lot techier because of course transactions were done using smartphones, no? So that's one thing we could actually also associate, no? The the success of Isabong as well. I'm not sure if Isabong is still present today, no? I think it has been banned, but regardless, no? Thanks to Isabong for the many reasons and the many effects, domino effects that it has brought to us. All right, now moving on. So enough of the introduction or reintroduction of startups. Now I believe you have information or basic knowledge about startups. Perhaps some of you, since you are Netflix and chillers, you have watched the K-drama Startup, and now we have a Filipino adaptation starring Alden, nakalook-alike ni Sir Neil, and si Bea Alonzo, nakalook-alike po ni Miss Janice, no? We have Startup PH na. And so, I would really actually encourage, no, if you want to know more about startups, I would encourage you to watch them as well, no, for you to have a deeper and more insightful study while enjoying at the same time watching K-drama or Philippine drama about startups. Now, here in the ICT, we have a program and a competition we call as the Philippine Startup Challenge. And so, let us move on to the next slide, Chef. The Philippine Startup Challenge is actually an annual startup competition which aims to encourage and support Filipinos in creating innovative and relevant ICT products and services that may potentially develop into viable business ventures as well as solve social problems. That's one thing that's why we are advocating startups, no? It is because it tries to solve a social issue with the use of technology. Now, it is already on its 7th year. That's why we call this year's competition as PSC 7, because since time immemorial, for 7 years already, the PSC has been present. And I believe CITU and Silliman U have been sending your teams perhaps in the earlier times, no? For CITU, well, Silliman, I believe you have also sent your team last year, no? But with our data last year, there were only a few teams coming from both your universities, Silliman and CITU, no? So this webinar that you have hosted, Silliman TBI, we really appreciate this, no? Since this would make more awareness to our schools and to our students participating today that we actually have a competition from the ICT that would that would perhaps highlight and recognize your ideas, no? Especially if you would want to venture into developments of startup, no? So thank you for this. Thank you for today. So next, Chef. So these are our objectives why we do the Philippine Startup Challenge, to provide an avenue for students to develop their entrepreneurial mindset. That is why this is just not open for IT or engineering or other technical courses and programs, no? This is also open to other courses, especially those in the business, no? Or even, this is actually open to all. I believe there were student teams from the past years coming from medical related degrees, no? So regardless of your degree, regardless of your program, you're actually welcome to participate in our competition. Also, to enhance startup ideas through feedback from industry practitioners and ICT professionals, if you really want to venture into the world of startups, our judges, our invited guests, speakers, are actually industry practitioners and are startup founders themselves. So you will really be actually in good hands no? Especially in our live pitching, you will take pieces of advice straight from the experts of the startup communities, no? Then also to foster strategic partnerships and networks among participants and judges, and that is actually very true. We have a lot of startup teams who graduated from our previous competitions or previous episodes of the competition that have been coordinating and contacting with one another, no, even after the competition. And also to generate a pool of startup founders prioritized for DICT funding and support. So in DICT, we also have another program we call as the Startup Grant Fund, wherein we provide a grant for worth amounting from 500,000 pesos for idea stage startups to 1 million pesos, no, for the prototype stage na startups. And if you would make it actually in the top finalists of our Philippine Startup Challenge, chances are you will also have more chances of getting funding support from the ICT with our Philippine Startup Grant Fund, no? But if you may ask, we also have other agencies like DOST and DTI who have also been doling out grant funds as well together with the ICT, no, because we have what we call as the Startup Innovative Act of 2019, wherein these three agencies, DTI, DOST, and DICT, must, no, by hook or by crook, whether we like it or not, we are forced because it has been enacted into law to provide grant opportunities to our citizens and to our startups. All right, so those are some of the highlights, no, of our objectives. Among all other reasons, no, perhaps if you want to have some bragging rights for your university, that's one, no, that's one of the perks of joining this competition. Sige, next, Chef. All right, who are our target participants? Our target participants include aspiring students whose startups are between the stages of ideation and minimum viable product. All right? So ideation stage is the stage wherein you don't have your prototype, no? You don't have your application, you don't have your website, no? You don't have a product, no? And minimum viable product is where you already have your prototype regardless if it has been published already in Play Store, in App Store, no? But regardless, there is no bearing in PSC if you already have a product or a working prototype, no? Bisag idea pa lang na, perhaps nakahuna mo og a certain idea for to solve a social issue or to solve a social problem, then that is very welcome to our competition. So there were a lot of submissions last year na wala siya'y product, no? Perhaps mga photoshopped nga graphics lang to or Canva made nga graphics to illustrate the feels and the kind of application or product that they wanted to convey, no, as submission to PSC. So okay lang yun kayo na siya. Wala gyud bearing if you already have a product or if you have a prototype, because when you pitch, you will not actually provide a product demonstration, no? You will not provide a product demonstration or a demo, but rather you have to highlight what is that idea that you are trying to open up and to offer that will solve a social issue. All right? Sige, so next, Chef. All right. The coverage of our startup entries, no? The competition will be open for submission of startup entries that are within the software or IoT-enabled technologies. Okay? Software or IoT-enabled technologies. Sige, next, Chef. All right. So these are the requirements, no? First, we have a registration portal, no, wherein we'll be providing that. Chef will be providing that a little later, where you have to evaluate and you have to fill up, no. So I only have 2 minutes left, no? So I'll make the most out of 2 minutes since my friends here, my colleagues here are already calling me up. Sige. Next is a video pitch. The video pitch guidelines will be provided later and the pitch deck, no, in PDF. So kaning duha, video pitch and pitch deck, this must be submitted during or while you are registering your team sa ato ang portals. Alright? Once again, ang video pitch and pitch deck, more than siya ang isubmit sa ato ang registration portal. Okay? So, what is needed or what should be included in the video pitch and pitch deck? First is problem description. Remember that a startup tries to solve a social problem and so you have to begin and you have to start your pitch deck. Kani pitch deck mo ni siyang atong PowerPoint or slideshow presentation, all right? You have to begin with what problem you are trying to solve, no? Considering or going back to the meaning of a startup, no, that tries to solve a social problem. What is that problem you're trying to solve? Next is the target market segment. Who is your target market? No, if you're trying to develop an app for single parents, no, because you want to create a dating app for them, since they are perhaps they are bored in their love life, so your target market are your single parents, right? Then your solution, diha na mo sulod kung unsa inyong idea nga ganang i-offer. Then the features, unsay naa sa inyong solution? Is it using a cryptocurrency, no? Is it both access through mobile phones and desktops? Then progress or traction. This one, kaning progress or traction, if wala na publish siya sa Play Store or sa App Store, pwede rin siya nga dili i-appeal. Okay? Since this is your this is the progress of your application. If wala pa na siya na-publish since idea stage pa lang man na siya, so you can opt this out. And finally, the proposed use of funds. If hatagan mo 500,000 pesos to fund and continue your startup, para asa ninyo siya gamiton? Is it for the operations expenses? Para ba siya sa pasweldo sa inyong programmers, no? Perhaps for your utilities, bayad kuryente, tubig, office space or rental, no? So muna siya ang i-include. And with your generation today nga mga ayaw mo TikTok, I believe nga ang video pitch would not be hard for you, no? That's just a 3 to 5 minutes video pitch. Now, for the next slide, I would really like to apologize but we really have to leave because medyo layo pang among adtuan, no? Since we have to proctor the LET board exam tomorrow and we'll be doing an orientation. I would like to beg, no? I have to leave. My apologies. But nevertheless, our email addresses will be flashed at the end, no? So you can contact me directly. And so I will give the floor to my partner in crime in the ICT. Chef, you may take it away.
Thank you, Sir JD. All right, I'll just have. Okay. All right, so I'll just continue from here. Thanks, sir. So, for the video pitch guidelines, as Sir JD had mentioned earlier, the duration should be. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ako ni Ion.
So the duration would be 3 to 5 minutes. It used to be 3 minutes, but during the previous competition, the judges had noticed that most of there were some participants during the competition wherein their presentation was being fast forward just to wrap up all what they need to pitch on a 3-minute video. So that's why this time around they had it until 5 minutes long. So, but the contents on your video should include what is mentioned earlier. Number 1 is the problem description. So this is very important since a startup solves a social issue. So definitely we should have a specific problem and it should be identified as much as possible at the very start of your video. Then, since this startup is also a business, we should be able to pitch our target market segment. So the solution as well, since we do have a problem, the features of your startup business, progress traction, and again, the proposed use of funds from the investors. So on the video as well, the introduction of the startup founders, there will be three members and one mentor in each team. So they should be included as much as possible, though not necessarily that all three members should talk during the video pitch, but they should be introduced who are these three members and who will be your mentor. So again, the video should not be more than 5 minutes long and should utilize the nature voices of the founders. So we are not allowing the text-to-speech voice enhancement. And a demo, should a demo enhance the video, it should not only take more than 1 minute. Right? So these are the criteria of judging that we do have, and this is we can send a link to your mentors for the details of this, and they are divided into 5 categories: the viability 25%, relevance is 25%, impact 20%, creativity 20%, and the presentation is just 10%. If you would notice that the presentation is just 10% because we don't actually focus much on the quality of the video, the aesthetics of the video. So it's more on how well did the team communicate on the project. Are they very clear and effective in presenting the problem, the solution, and why it is important? So if you would notice, they would be there's points to consider here. So generally we do advise that when you are creating so for the viability, we do have how did the problem exist, what would be scientifically the solution that you have, is it valid? For the relevance, is your project responsive to the challenge or problem that you have identified, and is it technically feasible? And for the impact, how much positive economic, social, or environmental impact can the project have, especially if you have it on board as a business? And for creativity, what are your creative or innovative approach? I think this is very important. And how different and relevant is it from existing solutions in the market? We all know that na medyo saturated na ito ang mga startup, di ba? So, pinaka-importante, actually, dili importante na ang inyuhang startup idea is something bago or dili siya exist sa market. Kay murag mostly namang gyud, di ba, na ana siya existing na gyud na siya ang atong mga solutions to itong mga social problems right now. But what is important during the video pitch or during the competition is you would be able to justify kung unsa inyong competitive advantage. Let's just say, for example, if ang inyong business or startup would be to solve the problems with the pet adoption, daghan na kaayo ning mga startup business nga it's exactly the same for pet adoption. But then you can still have that kind of startup na idea or business, provided that you would be able to justify, or you would be able to know what would be the competitive advantage sa inyong business compared to the existing business nga naa sa market. Right. So these are the phases and mechanics that we have for the competition. First is we do have this pre-screening process. So this is open to all student-initiated startup, again with IoT-enabled technologies in the ideation to the minimum viable product stage. So just have to emphasize this. It doesn't have an prototype or MVP. As long ang among importante is more on you have the ideas. And number 2, you have to be composed of 3 student team members and 1 mentor. So pwede na this is open to senior high school or college level. So it's okay nga ang inyong team members would be one senior high or two college, basta a combination of either senior high school or college level, as long as you are studying in the same school. And then it doesn't have nga the same mo o kanang classmates mo or the same mo o course. Pwede ra pod from na in business administration, at ang isa sa engineering, ang isa sa senior high, it's okay, provided na amo sa isa ka school. Then, you must be currently enrolled at the time of the competition because we will be requiring a school clearance for this. And the next is, the mentor shall be employed in the same school or university. For the mentor, it's just okay na it doesn't necessarily have nga inyong mentor would be your teacher. So any employees sa inyong school, inyong faculty, inyong dean kung possible, or ang inyong teachers, inyong nurse, pwede na siya as long as they are employed in the same school. And pwede ra pod even if part-time na siya na instructor, provided nga naa siya ID on the school na nagatudlo siya or employee siya sa school ninyo, pwede na po na siya ninyo ma-mentor. And there's a question, so isa ka mentor, how many teams ang pwede niya idalhon? So there's no limit to how many teams ang isa ka mentor can have, provided nga iyahara dyan mag-guide na niya ang tanang teams nga iyang i-handle. So one mentor can have 10 teams, 11 teams, if kaya dyan na niya i-handle nga mentor na niya. Then, mentors are highly encouraged to participate in DICT-led mentors bootcamps. Actually, for the mentors bootcamp, we have conducted na the mentors bootcamp, I think on August ba to, or July. But maybe by next year, we will also be conducting another mentors bootcamp to help more mentors bitaw mag-guidan on how are we going to be able to produce kanang mga ayugid na mga participants in this kind of competition. Then again, you have to submit a duly accomplished school clearance. So this will be provided by our study. So we do have na may mga forms aning available. And it is available sa ang mentors link na registration, makita po na siya. So your mentors can access this and nalirigin niya siya. So pwede rin ninyo mapasignan sa inyong, your dean can sign this. And even if it's digital signature, yeah, we are accepting. Then for the students, both the mentors and the students, you have to register the registration links. So there will be two separate links. One would be for the mentor and one would be for the student. And both for the mentors and the students, or either the mentor or the students should upload on the registration link the video pitch, the pitch deck, and again, we'll just have to highlight that both video pitch and pitch deck should include the problem description, target market, solution, pictures, progress or traction, then the proposed use of funds from investors. So these are the registration links. Later, after sa kanina presentation, I will be showing you a snippet of the registration form. So at least na if na you have questions or clarifications, you can ask. So if pwede na ninyo ma-screenshot or ma-picturean. So we highly encourage, because we've noticed there's a lot of, for the students that have registered na sa for this competition, there's a lot of mentors nila nga wala pa naka-register. So for this batch, hopefully, ang inyong mga mentors, they would also register at the same time. It's not just the student who should be registering sa kanina. For the application, we also need the mentor to register because there are specific questions and then documents that we will be asking from the mentors. All right. So anyways, we will be sending this to Sir Neil and as well the mechanics, so that for you will have the registration link. And this is also available nga pala sa ang Facebook page. This is pinned, so you can check this out as well, the registration links. So for the pre-screening process, so there will be 2 phases. The phase 1 is the regional office would be checking the completeness of the submitted requirements. So you check na mo if you do have video pitch submitted, you have the video pitch deck, and then the school play runs, i-check mo na mo. And you also have to check in yung pitch deck if all the necessary details na mentioned earlier is naaba na siya, present ba na siya sa inyong pitch deck. So mo na siya sa phase 1. And then on phase 2, we'll have to do an assessment of the submitted project based on social relevance. Importante gina siya. Pinaka number 1 na mga tanawan is it software or IoT enabled technologies. Kaduha is does the problem solves the social issue. So those 2 things are very, very top important na i-check during assessment process. Then those who are shortlisted startups were approved by the regional director will participate in the regional pitching competition. So before there will be 2 pitching competition. The first one would be the regional pitching, and then the second one would be the national pitching competition. So we will be posting once the registration or application is closed, we will be posting the schedule for the regional startup challenge, and we will be also sending this information to the email addresses of the applicants that we have received and we have shortlisted. So for the competition proper, again, the first pitching competition will be the regional. So this will be conducted in the DICT regional office. Don't worry, because all the pitching competitions will be held through online. Okay, na ay questions, usually mo, number 1 good nga ay questions or worries sa mga mentors na kuan is, if ang pitching competition, they need to travel to Cebu para sa mga naa sa provinces just to join the regional pitching. No, everything, both regional and national pitching competition will be held online for this year. Okay, maybe on the next year onwards, mabalik na nato ang atong face-to-face. So during regional pitching competition, we will only getting 1, which would be the first place or the champion. Kay mao na siya ang atuang siya ang mo join for the national pitching competition. So this is the slight change for this year na process. Kay for the previous years, we have 2 teams nga madala pa dong sa national pitching competition. But this time around, it would only be the champion who will be joining the national pitching competition. So it's just the same. For the finals, the top 10 teams from the semifinals should be eligible. After the regional pitching competition, there would still be a semifinals na competition before gyud sa finals. Sa semifinals, tanang mga first placers sa regional during the regional pitching competition, you will have another competition but only top 10 from the semifinals will compete to the national. So mani siya. So dili tanang mga champions from regional, you will be scheduled for a semifinals. Then during semifinals, they will only be getting the top 10, and that would only be the ones who are eligible to the final competition. So kanang murag the best among the best again niya siya ang makaabot sa finals. And then the finals will be held virtually through via the Philippine Startup Week 2022 platform. So teams will be required to pitch their ideas for 3 to 5 minutes, again, to a panel of judges. Only one team member will deliver the pitch live. But that doesn't mean nga dapat during on the competition, kanilang kung kinsa rin mo deliver sa pitch, siya rin mo attend. Dili. Everyone, all the members should attend. And actually, dapat makita po na sila. They will turn on their camera during the live pitching competition. Although, isa lang gyud ang murag mo pitch. But if some of the questions kay someone from the team knows ka na mas kabalo ko sa i-answer, yeah, they can actually answer. So each team has to answer all questions asked by the judges for a maximum of 10 minutes. So ang atuang judges would be a combination siya. There would be atuang mga partners from the government, national government NGA. We also have from TBIs, and then naapod tayo mga investors. Especially mostly during the national pitching competition, ang atuang mga judges gyud kay mga investors gyud ang naa dito. So what's in store? Ano mo join man ni ani? So what would be the winners and prizes? So there will be 5 winners and grand champion and 4 runners-ups who will receive prizes from startup partners. Well, amo na lang gid, one of the partner that we have is Huawei. Huawei has been our partner in the past few years nga nag-held the Philippine Startup Challenge, and before pandemic, the grand prize sa ato ang partner was a study tour in China sa ilahang Huawei Academy. So it was stopped because of the pandemic, and hope basin di lang ta, we do not know, ibalik ni sa Huawei pohon. So but for now, ang ato ang prizes would be gadgets, devices. So and also, ang pinaka-importante ni diri is the opportunity for mentorship and technical trainings among others. Kay isa gyud sa kanang naay mga daghan nag instances na during the final national pitching competitions nga ang atuang mga investors ng mga judges, they are really calling the students to have a business with the specific teams kay ganahan sila sa idea. So daghan na nga mga students ang naka-avail sa anong opportunity na ay mga investors na nga they're willing to invest sa idea sa ato ang startup nga mga participants. And dili tanan and we have noticed nga mostly dili ibig sabihin nga wala ka nakadaog during national pitching competition kay wala kay chance nga mapansin sa investor. No, dili daghan na nga mga teams nga wala sila nadaog, wala sila na appeal sa top 3 or top 5 winners, pero sila pero interested sa ilahang idea ang mga investors. Kaya again, ang atong mga investors, they are coming from different kind of businesses. So, syempre, mangita na sila og idea nga which is in accordance sa ilahang mga business. So, we will also be receiving PSC trophies and PSC certificates. Take note nga kani siya ng mga kuan nato, kanang mga prizes, this would be for the national national competition. But for the regional competition, we are also giving prizes as well. We are giving loot bags and trophies and then the certificates. So duha na inyuhang one from the regional pa lang maka-receive na mo of prizes, and at the same time on the national. So these are the timeline na mo sa amuang kuan, but the application has been extended to the 2nd week of October or until October 14. So this is the deadline of submission of entries. So again, it was extended to October 15 until 11:59 p.m. So sa mga students nga willing naami yung mga students nga mo contact na mo nga di pa sila ka-register maka-register online because dili pa murag ang ilahang pitch deck is or video pitch kay dili pa 100% na kuan complete. It's just okay ra gyud na siya nga you have register lang sa mo while you still doing the editing, the finishing touches sa inyong video pitch. Pag-register lang yun mo, just upload your videos, upload your pitch deck, even if subject to change pa na siya because you can still change until a day before the competition, the regional competition. Okay, we will giving you pa nangingana nga leeway bitaw. Importante nga you would be able to register before the deadline. Okay, so I do have here some sample video pitch. The first video pitch that I will be showing is one of the participants that we have, and this actually came from Silliman University. So what we wanted to share here is for this specific video pitch, makita gyud ninyo ang kanang pagkasunod-sunod o ang mga the five important nga mga specific details or information that needs to be present in sa inyong video pitch.
Hi, ma'am. I think you haven't shared the sound. Kindly stop sharing, ma'am, and then
Okay.
share sound.
Sorry. And then can you hear na, Sir Neil?
We still can't, ma'am. I think I have the video for Hello Farm. Let me
okay.
share it.
Okay, so thank you, sir.
Good day, we are Team Denise Cube, a group of computer science students from Silliman University, and we're passionate about alleviating the lives of our local farmers. One of the weakest links in the agricultural value chain is linking smallholders to the market. We want to do away with middlemen and address the farmers' low income. Also, the farmers in Tabo de Maguere have a hard time selling their crops now compared to before because of COVID protocols and restrictions. Hello Farm is a mobile app that serves as an online marketplace. Farmers or producers will be able to post their vegetables, fruits, and wheat crops on the app. This directly connects farmers to buyers. Among the Central Visayas provinces, Negros Oriental ranked second with 137,000 farms. Sugarcane is the most dominant crop, closely followed by coconuts and bananas. One of our target markets are households. In 2015, Negros Oriental had a total of 310,000 households. Our other target markets are vendors and restaurants. So this is a rough prototype of how our product design looks like. This is the splash page of our mobile application. This is our home page, conversations page, chat page, product search page, and product information page. So after the first year, we aim to sell medicinal and ornamental plants, meat and dairy products, and nuts and seeds. For year 2, we aim for market acceptance and more partner farmers. For year 3, we aim for Hello Farm to be used all over Visayas and then eventually a nationwide scope. Meet our passionate and hardworking team. We will be the only e-commerce platform and mobile app solely selling vegetables, fruits, and wheat crops from farms based in Negros Oriental. We also did some financial modeling, and we have an estimated revenue of 134,000 pesos in our first year and up to 1,886,000 pesos within 3 years. Development will go to software development costs, APIs, domains, servers, and other technical factors. Labor will be the people who will work on the development of the application. For marketing, we'll be subscribing to social media marketing plans. The workspace will mostly be online with the use of Google Suite, Google Workspace, or other collaborative workspaces. Further research and development are needed for our product. We'll be investing in the advertising of our product in order to reach our target markets. Your investment will go into the integration of our product into the agricultural value chain to benefit the lives of our farmers. We are building a nation of empowered farmers. Will you invest in that? Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, so that was for the Hello Farm from Silliman University. And there's one more that I will be sharing as well. One more video pitch, and this is from the CTU. This is actually our the champion for the regional pitching competition last year. Let me.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Sorry.
Or you can just send it to me, ma'am. I could share it on my end.
Oh yeah, okay, much better. I have a problem sending it. I'll just try share screen. And share sound, right, sir? Can you hear the sound, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Raining cats and dogs is apparently taking a sense beyond its heavy rains equivalent, as the Philippine Animal Welfare Society found out a concerning 12 million stray cats and dogs roamed the nation in 2019.
Statistics reveal that the furry animals we see on the streets were once family pets that were forsaken mostly because of incapacity to sustain them in the long run, and also because
it is difficult for the pet owners to find potential adopters.
So in attempt to address the alarming number of stray animals, and in hope to find responsible adopters, animal shelters have been saving stray animals, but to an uncertain extent only.
But most animals, if left unadopted, end up dying in the streets. Worse yet is when animal shelters get overpopulated and resources start to scarce. Animal shelters get constricted, left with no choice but to euthanize what could have been my dog or your cat had they only been adopted.
Those animals could have avoided such cruel fate if only animal shelters are more acknowledged, received, and mainstreamed to the internet world, along with pet owners and potential pet adopters.
This is when For Rescue asserts its significance.
Fur Rescue is an online web and mobile-based application for animal adoption.
Animal Shelter will sign up, upload credentials, subscribe to subscription fees in order to post and advertise their animals and generate income. Pet owner will sign up, upload credentials, subscribe to subscription fees in order to post and advertise their animals to the platform. For Rescue comes with the process Win, Build, Adopt. Win hearts of potential adopters by showing relevant information of the animal. Pet adopters will sign up. Once signed up, they can start viewing and choosing animals being advertised for adoption. After choosing, they have to fill up needed information, then upload them for approval. Once approved, they can pay the adoption fee if the animal comes with a price. Once done, they can finally claim their pet of choice.
Our team is advancing our dedication to materialize For Rescue in its mobile and web platforms. We will coordinate with animal shelters and intensify our advertising movements to mainstream our platform to pet owners and pet lovers.
By attending to events related to our startup and attracting potential investors to help us launch Fur Rescue, our team envisions a world where every owl and every meow will no longer be a cry of agony, but a melody of safety and security.
All right. So if inyong ma-observe for this specific for the for rescue, ang dili ni siya ang ilahang platform or ang ilahang idea nga gina-pitch na it's not something new. It's actually existing sa market na mga pet adoptions na mga applications that we can see in the market, right? But then they were able the competitive market that they do have for this specific team is that one of the primary social issue that they were trying to address or to help was the overpopulation. They wanted to bridge help as well kanang ato ang mga kanang centers ba daw nato adoption centers na it's one problem na sa atong mga adoption centers would be the overpopulation sa mga pet nga dili pa ma-adopt. And then moabot na sa point nga because it's overpopulated, wala na dili na kaya sa mga adoption centers, especially nga itong mga public na mga adoption centers, they do no longer have enough funds para to sustain the needs ng mga everyday needs and then mga sa mga pets. Moabot na sa point nga they have no choice, bisag dili sila ganahan, they have to euthanize some of the animals nga naa sa ilaha. So it's one of the social issue main social issue na they wanted to address, which is wala natin nila nakita nga so far nga issue nga gina-resolve sa mga pet adoption applications na naa sa market na to. So mga ilahang competitive advantage. So it's not just nga kanang to find pet adopters, but the pinaka-important that they really wanted to help the our adoption centers nga maka-find og mga mo-adapt sa mga pets nga dili na moabot sa point nga they really need to euthanize the animals sa mga centers na to. So again, it doesn't have to be something new, mga dili na siya existing. It's okay if na ay mga existing mga na specific business or startup sa market as long as you would be able to pitch on or kuan that competitive advantage sa inyong startup. Right? Sorry. So do you have any questions, clarifications? No.
Yeah, so if any of you have questions, you may chat them in the chat box below or turn on your camera and mute yourself if you have questions. So for the question and answer portion, let me call on our colleague, Mr. Junmar Buling.
So hi, Ma'am Chef. Nice to see you again.
Hi, sir.
To all our participants, so if you have any questions, clarifications, or concerns, just chat in your questions and we can address them right now. Okay, so maybe for some clarifications to kickstart the question and answer, maybe our participants are still preparing. Would it be possible if to change members when we have already enlisted a set of group members, but afterwards we decided to change members due to issues that were arising during the graduation process. So will that be possible, Ma'am Chef?
Yeah, it's okay. Mo consider rami ana, but until siguro 3 days before sa pitching competition na sa.
Okay, I think we should clear that one off.
Lisod po datong pugson ba nga they're na sila mo work it as a team. Ana.
Yeah. There was also I noticed during one of the criteria is that the students participating must the teams participating must have 3 students and 1 mentor. Is that subject to change or is that fixed, Ma'am Chef?
Fixed na po siya, sir. So it will only be 3 and then one mentor.
Mm. So, if you have questions to our participants, maybe just to end this one, maybe Ma'am Chef, you have advices or tips to our potential competitors in the startup challenge, or what they have to consider, especially when they're already making their pitch presentations.
Yeah, for the pitch presentation, again, the katong ato ang mga requirements, the problem, the solutions, and then it should be naagin na siya sa suit in a 3 to 5 minute video. But another thing is ato pud nang ma-highlight ang bitaw ang kanang kay business magini ang startup, diba? So it's very important gina siya na ma-highlight nato at some point na kung unsaon na siya nga at least maka-earn ta from that, the traction nga na siya kay at the end of the competition ang ato ang mga pitchan ani the judges that who will be judging us are investors, especially sa finals na, so they are more interested not just with the idea but also to the idea of solving a social issue, but also to the idea on how are they going to profit from this specific business idea. It's importante ganun siya. You have to consider, and we've also noticed nga for the mentors, maybe if you can guide as well your students. Okay, we have noticed as well na during sa previous na mga applications na murag wala nila na dili pa daghang mga students bitaw. Although we do understand na dili pa sila kabalong consider sa part na sa mga business na mga expenses, expenditures, mga ingana. So if you can guide inyong mga students kung unsaon na siya pag identify, and then as well as unsaon na siya pag-pitch during the pitching competition.
All right. So I believe those advices and tips would most definitely help our future competitors. So I think
I'll try to
yes, ma'am.
share I will share the registration form, how it looks like, para at least na sila idea po.
Yeah. I think Neil also sent some. Yes, sir. You have a question.
Yes, just a follow-up question. You mentioned earlier that there was a boot camp for mentors. So that does it mean that if you haven't participated in that boot camp, you cannot qualify as a mentor?
No, sir. Actually, there was a boot camp that happened earlier, August na siguro to. So, pero dili na siya requirement yun na, sir, if dili na siya requirement, because the boot camp is almost should be initiated from the ICT, and dili man pod na kakamuwala mo ka-attend sa boot camp, dili pod na siya pwede nga something taken against you po.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's okay lang po. And again, sir, for the mentors, it doesn't have to be ang teachers, any as long as employees sa school, whether it's full-time or part-time.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that is yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will share the I'll share the registration. This is how the registration form looks like. Makita siya, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is how it looks like for the students. Mauni siya ang registration form. So if you can see your information, we would be needing your information and name of the school. And at towards the end, mauni siya pinaka-important, we have here the pitch deck and the video pitch. So most of the time, dili gyud mo ka-upload ani sa pitch deck or video pitch, but pwede na ninyo ma-send ang not most of the time. There will be times na dili gyud mo ka-upload gyud kanang very heavy na gyud ang inyong video pitch, ang inyong file, but you can just send us an email for the link sa inyong drive. Kay kami na lang mubutang sa registration form for the link. And again, I'll just have to highlight na during the registration time from until October 14, it doesn't have inyong video pitch and pitch deck perfect na gyud. So it's okay nga, ongoing pa na ang inyong changes sa inyong kuan. As long as during i-upload ra gyud na ninyo, but you can still edit it. Ang importante makahabol jud mo sa application until October 14. So this is for the students, and this will be for the mentors. So
All right.
for the
I think that they yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So for the mentors, we will be needing a school clearance. Kamo na po yung ma-upload ng sa school clearance, scan school IDs of team members and inyong as a mentor. Then we would also be asking for the school logo.
All right. So does it mean that if you have several teams, you need to do several uploading of the entries as a mentor?
Yeah, yes, sir. But we can actually but if it's something na medyo daghan na kayo, sir, like more than 10 mga nga na nga medyo inconvenient na sa inyong end, pwede ra gyud ni maka-help, sir. You can just email na lang sa amuha. Probably if it would be easier, no? Ibutang na lang siya sa file and then per team ang ilahang mga requirements and just send us an email. Kami na bahala na lang mo upload ana sa registration.
All right.
To make it easier if daghan kayong teams.
All right. So I believe there are no more questions from our participants. So should you have any more questions, concerns as we progress, you can contact DICT, or you can also contact TBI, and we will address those questions and concerns. So Neil.
So yes, thank you so much, Ma'am Chef, and also Sir Josh, who left earlier. So now let me present this certificate of appreciation to Ma'am Chef. Let me read the citation. So the certificate of appreciation is presented to Ms. Chef Cardoso for sharing her insights and knowledge as speaker during the Philippine Startup Challenge info session held October 1, 2022 via Zoom, signed by our SUTBI manager and DASIC project leader, Janice Antoniette Forster. Thank you so much, ma'am. And also same citation goes to Sir Joshua Eleazar Domen. So thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for our participants. So before we end, let's have a quick photo op. So let me ask everyone to turn on their cameras. All right. I see 8 boards on my screen. So ready? First board. Ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. For the second board. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. For the third board. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, fourth board. 1, 2, 3, smile. Fifth board. 1, 2, 3, smile. Sixth. 1, 2, 3, smile. 7. 1, 2, 3, smile. And the last board. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. And for your certificates, kindly check the Zoom chat. Kindly fill out this attendance sheet. Okay, it's ready in the Zoom chat. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Sir
you,
Ralph.
Ma'am Janice.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you,
Thank you,
DICT.
Sir Ralph. Thank you, CIT University students, and of course, Silliman University.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you, Ma'am Chef. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Ma'am Chef.
Thank you po sa inyo.
Recording stopped.